request the captains to be ready for the toss. Our guest of honor, Reverend Father Vipin and Reverend Father George, is moving towards the field. And also our Reverend Sisters, Sister Molsey and Sister Almi. Ivy. I stand corrected. We welcome our fathers and sisters, along with the captain of St. Joseph's staff, Mr. N.B. Lawrence, and Mr. Captain of Nazareth staff, Mr. Dr. Subhash Verma. The umpires for today is Mr. Amir Abdi and Mr. Haider Ali. The scorer for today is Mr. Mustaqeen and Mr. Rudra Pandey. And in the commentary team, myself, Dr. Vishnu Dev, along with Shikhar Pandey. So we are ready for the toss. This year we are having a live recording of the match, which is itself an achievement. Now my fellow commentator, Mr. Shikhar Pandey, would like to speak something.
A very good morning to one and all present here. Today we have gathered here for the friendly match between the doctors of the Nazareth Hospital, the doctors and the staff, and our teachers for St. Joseph's College, Prayagraj. I wish both the teams all the very best.
So it's the official photograph being taken. St. Joseph's College staff. St. Joseph's College staff has won the toss and they have chosen to field first. Be ready for the excitement. We are having a match between Nazareth staff and St. Joseph staff. The last match which was played here on the same ground was an epic encounter, and definitely both the teams will be putting in their 100%.
I hope this match will be an interesting one and we will be looking forward to it.
Dr. Subhash and Mr. Gautam is going to open the innings for the Nazareth staff. Dr. Subhash will be facing. He'll be at the striker end. And Mr. Gautam at the non-striker. So captain leading from the front, from the Nazareth staff.
Hello, check.
Hello. So the players getting ready. Let's see who wins at the end of the day. The teams devising their strategy. From the batting side, Nazareth would be thinking to post a big score so that they can defend it successfully. And from the perspective of St. Joseph's staff, so the St. Joseph staff now pumped up. They have been led by our captain, Mr. N.B. Lawrence. Obviously, the last match between the OBA and the St. Joseph staff was a nail-biting finish. And St. Joseph staff just lost by 2 runs. So the margin was meager, but this time they'll be thinking to convert that defeat into victory. So from the beginning now, Mr. Lawrence, the captain of SJC staff, is very clear about the fielding placements and also the bowling changes. There has been a long staff meeting between the players. Also, the Nazareth staff is on a high. They have come up well prepared. Please clap for them. Dr. Subhash and Mr. Gautam is going to open the innings for the Nazareth staff. It seems Mr. Vivek Yadav is going to open the bowling for the St. Joseph staff. So let's be ready now for an epic encounter today. So the 30-yard circle has also been marked this time. Dr. Subhash is on strike. He is going to face the first ball of the match.
The players of SJC are in a very high of confidence, and I hope they keep this confidence to the very end.
So very watchfully played by Dr. Subhash for a single. So he has immediately opened his account. The first ball moving towards the long on region. Now Mr. Gautam on strike.
With the first ball, Nazareth Hospital has scored his first run. And a shot for the boundary.
Beautiful pull shot played by Mr. Gautam for a boundary. So the intentions are very clear from the Nazareth staff. They have come up with a plan. They have come up with a very strong offensive strategy.
With this boundary, the Nazareth Hospital has scored their first boundary on the board. Let's hope that these boundaries will be coming afterwards. And a very good ball bowled by Mr. Vivek Yadav.
The bowler trying to come back with a good ball. So a dot ball now. The first two balls had runs on it, but the third ball is a dot ball. Another dot ball. So already 5 runs have been scored in this over. 4 balls have been bowled. No wides, no balls till yet. Wide ball signaled by the umpire. So as I said, there was no wide or no ball in this over. The first wide came. Another wide signaled by the umpire. Mr. Gautam trying to play an offensive shot, missing the ball. And it's also the end of the, I think, 1 ball is still left because of 2 wides being bowled consecutively. So the last ball of the over is still left.
Mr. Vivek Yadav has made a pretty good comeback after the first 2 balls. Let's see if he'll be able to manage it for the last ball as well. It was a close call, but it was not a catch.
So it's the end of the first over. A very exciting over, a fruitful over from the perspective of Nazareth. The first boundary from the Nazareth staff was also hit in this first over. And the batsman, Mr. Gautam, is changing his bat also, trying to find out which one is the best one. So at the end of the first over, the scoreboard shows 7 runs for the loss of no wicket. Nazareth is having 7 runs for the loss of no wicket. So the second over is to be bowled by Mr. Shubham Chandra from the basketball end. Dr. Subhash is on strike. Well bowled.
Very well bowled by by Mr. Subhash Chandra, and Dr. Subhash is playing on a defensive side right now. A dead appeal for an LBW. A very nice shot in the air. Will it be a boundary?
No.
No, it
well
will be
fielded
not be
by
a
the
boundary.
fielder. But in the meantime, 2 runs have been scored. So good running between the wickets by Nazareth staff batsmen.
And good fielding by Mr. Aman John.
And very good fielding also by Mr. Aman John. He saved a certain boundary. Well bowled.
A very well
Another good shot played on the leg side for a single. I think
he's
there's
going
a
for a double. Will be a run
slight
out?
misfield, and 2 runs have been scored again, added to the score.
No. Dr. Subhash is also going on the offensive side as well. Very well bowled by Mr. Subhash Chandra, and this is the end of the second over with the score of 11-0 wickets.
So the bowler coming back from the St. Joseph staff, bowling a tight over, giving away just 5 runs in his 6 balls. Now Mr. Vivek is going to bowl the second over. His second over is going to be again bowled from the gymnasium end. This is the third over of the match. The score is 11 runs for the loss of no wicket. Well bowled by Mr. Vivek.
Judging by the first 2 overs of this match, the doctors of the Nazareth Hospital are trying their best to score as high as possible, while the bowlers of St. Joseph's College are trying to stop them with all their might.
So the batsman taking chances on every ball. Mr. Vivek bowling a tight leash.
This is a very good competition between Mr. Gautam and Mr. Vivek, as Mr. Gautam is trying to score as much as possible while Mr. Vivek is trying to take his wicket. There are a few changes we are observing in the field.
We also welcome, please, with a round of applause, Dr. Ashok Agrawal, the medical superintendent of the Nazareth staff, Nazareth Hospital. Welcome, welcome, doctor. And we also welcome Father Isidore with a huge round of applause. Thank you, Father, for making it today. Thank you, sir. It's an honor, sir, to have you here. Please. Sir, may I have some expert comments from you for the match? Another good ball, bowled by Mr. Vivek. So, the ball just moving around the bat without making any contact. The keeper is busy.
It should have been a dot ball, but a slight error from the wicketkeeper gave the batsman of the Nazareth Hospital a run.
Very well bowled by Mr. Vivek. So, after giving boundary in the first over, he has come back in his second over. And it's now the end of the third over. The score is 13 for the loss of no wicket. So, the Nazareth staff now needs to accelerate the score. The batsmen now discussing about what should be done, how to post a big score. Mr. Gautam is now going to face the first ball of the fourth over.
Mr. Vivek has come with a very good comeback, as in the first over he gave 7 runs, and in his second over he gave only 2 runs. Shubham Chandra is bowling his second over and the fourth over of the innings.
So Mr.
A ball
Subhash
in the air,
Chandra
fielder coming underneath it,
has
and it's
taken
a
his
wicket.
first wicket.
First wicket taken by
Mr. Azhar Usmani is the man taking the catch.
First wicket is down for the Nazareth Hospital team, and Mr. Gautam is out. He scored 7 runs for the team and is now coming back to his side.
Name of the batsman?
Mr. Shubhat Chandra brought the first wicket for the St. Joseph team.
Dhaval. Dr. Dhaval Kirti Tiwari has gone for the bat, and it was Subhash Chandra Verma who has scored 1 run.
Dr. Subhash is also an ex-Joseph 2008 batch.
There was a slight misfield in the previous ball, which gave the Nazareth Hospital team a run.
Sir,
Please, thank you. बहुत ही अच्छा मौसम है, खिली हुई धूप है, और उसमें नाजरत हॉस्पिटल की बैटिंग चल रही है. नाजरत हॉस्पिटल से एक्सपेक्टेड है कि दे शुड हैव ए गुड स्कोर.
Here in the middle of the match, the Nazareth team has scored a run. The batsmen of the Nazareth Hospital are trying to play as offensive as they want, but they're always finding fielders on the boundary.
so Dr. Dhaval is going to face Mr. Subhash. So he's a left-hander, a southpaw. So watchfully played by Dr. Dhaval for a single. So the Nazareth staff now thinking to rotate the strike more rather than hitting boundaries to keep the scoreboard ticking. It's a 20-over match, each side. The score is 17 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. White signal by the umpire.
A slight misfield by the wicket-keeper, giving the Nazareth Hospital team a run.
Another white ball signaled by the umpire and also byes. So it was a bye.
Finding the fielder again.
scoring a single in the third man region. Dr. Dhaval playing watchfully. So it's also the end of the over. So 4 overs have been bowled. The score is 21 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. At random, his third over. So the captain putting his faith on his bowlers. Dr. Dhaval is on strike. Mr. Vivek is going to bowl from the gymnasium end.
There is a slight change in the fieldings as well, as Mr. Dhaval is a left-handed batsman.
Watchfully played by Dr. Dhaval, giving respect to the ball and the bowler both.
The batsmen of the Nazareth Hospital team clearly know that Mr. Vivek is a dangerous bowler and playing him safe and avoiding him is the best choice.
Bowl him! So, definitely Mr. Vivek's discipline has given him the wicket of Dr. Dhaval. He was bowling a tight line and length, and finally it paid off. So the second wicket falling in the form of Dr. Dhaval. The score is now 21 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. So let's see who goes 2 down.
Who is the next batsman? Kindly name the next batsman. Mr. Dilip or Dr. Dilip? So Mr. Dilip Agrahari will be going for the second down for the Nazareth team. Actually, this was clearly coming as Mr. Vivek Yadav was putting a great pressure on the Nazareth team, batsman of the Nazareth team.
Mr. Vivek Yadav striking in his third over. So he has been bowling very tight, although he gave a boundary in his first over, but he came back very well, bowling a tight line and length, not giving any room to the batsmen to play their shots. So finally a wicket falling. So Mr. Dilip now is going to join Dr. Subhash. He was one of the staff performers from the Nazareth staff in the last match.
Ball is in the air, but it was dropped in the no man's land, giving the Nazareth team a single.
The pitch is showing some uneven bounce. The ball just came up to the batsman, hitting on the shoulder level. So just falling in the no man's land.
Very good fielding by the captain, Mr. Lawrence. Dr. Subhash is playing a real defensive game here and trying to take singles and avoid. It is a dot ball by Mr. Vivek.
Some change in the fielding.
There are some changes we can see in the fieldings. The SJC team trying to strategize how to take a wicket. Hello. Short pitch ball by Mr. Vivek, stealing a single here by.
So at the end of the 5th over, the score is 24 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
24 runs in 5 overs. Team Nazareth has to accelerate their scoring. Team Nazareth had to accelerate their run rate and have to score a very high score. The current run rate for Team Nazareth is 4.80. Mr. Dilip is on the strike. The projected score for Team Nazareth is 96.
And this would be the cons over and
And a run out.
A run out by.
What a good fielding made by Shubham Chandra.
By Mr. Shubham Chandra.
So a risky single was taken and it resulted in a run out. The 3rd wicket falling for Nazareth in the form of a run out. So Mr. Dilip, who was the star performer of the last match which was played between St. Joseph staff and Nazareth staff, is run out.
What is the name of the next batsman? Dr. Prashant Tripathi has gone next on the pitch. A very good shot in the gap. Will the fielder be able to catch it? No, it is a boundary for Team Nazareth. This is a very long boundary after the first over. Team Nazareth trying to take the advantage of the last over for the power play. Dr. Subhash is on the strike. Playing the third ball. A white ball given by the umpire.
So it was a wide ball as well as byes. There was no contact with the bat. The batsman in between changing the bat.
A very good shot by Dr. Prashant. It was a very close call as well. Dr. Prashant ran with all its might in order to be saved.
St. Joseph's staff has today shown their agility and always proven that age is just a number.
A very well bowled by Mr. Subhash. Mr. Shubham, I stand corrected. A very good shot. Will the fielder be able to catch it? Yes, the fielder will be able to catch it. They are going for a second run. A slight fumbling from the fielder.
डॉक्टर सुभाष वर्मा ए रेनाउंड ईएनटी सर्जन और अभी अभी वो बैडमिंटन खेल करके आ रहे हैं. उनका बैडमिंटन कंपटीशन था और अब देखिए क्रिकेट में भी कितना अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं.
Very well bowled by Mr. Shubham Chandra. At the end of the 6th over, the score is 33 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. 3 wickets. I stand corrected. It is 3 wickets.
Yeah, it is 3.
This will be the end of the power play. Now the field will be open for the SJC team. And now the Nazareth team has to work very hard in order to score runs.
Now Mr. Azhar is going to bowl from the Jubilee block end, and Dr. Prashant Tripathi, a renowned orthopedic surgeon and joint replacement surgeon, is going to face
Mr. Azhar Usmani, who was the best bowler of the match in the last match he played between St. Joseph's staff and the old boys. Surprisingly, he took this award for the first time. Generally, he has won awards for his batting more rather than his bowling. But last time he took 3 wickets in the match. So let's see, is he going to be the man with the golden arm today?
A very good shot played by Mr. Prashant Tripathi, but it was Dr. Prashant Tripathi, but it was gone in the hands of the fielder.
Wide bowled by the bowler now.
And not to mention, it is the first spin bowler for the SJC team, and a new bowler perhaps. An appeal for an LBW, but the umpire has given a leg by.
Single taken by the batsman. So Dr. Prashant is on strike now. Dr. Subhash, I stand corrected. Dr. Subhash is on strike. Sorry, Dr. Prashant. Another single taken on the leg side.
Leg side. It's a slight midfield, but there was a slight lack of
a slight misfield by Mr. Vivek, who has bowled consecutively 3 overs. So his legs are having some cramps, but still managing to avoid that extra single. So Mr. Azhar Usmani bowling a very good ball, completely bamboozled the batsman.
A very good shot played by the batsman, but Mr. Vivek Yadav came with a very good fielding, giving only a single to the Nazareth team. A slight lack of coordination between the batsmen.
So it's the end of the 7th over. The score is 38 runs for the loss of 3 wickets.
The current run rate for the Nazareth team is 5.43, which means they are slightly pushing towards a very high Earlier it was 4.8, now it is 5.4. The team Nazareth is accelerating for a higher run rate.
Mr. Vivek is going to bowl his 4th over. It seems now from the basketball end. So there is a change of end. And the captain of the team from the SJC staff, he has shown immense faith on this bowler. He has already taken 1 wicket. So let's see. Are there more wickets coming?
This will be the last over for Mr. Vivek. So the team Nazareth will be trying to avoid him, as he has given a very high pressure to team Nazareth. A very good shot in the gap. Will the fielder be able to catch it? Fielder going towards the ball, but he won't be able to catch the ball. It is a boundary for team Nazareth.
A very good pull shot being played by Dr. Subhash. So now the urgency in the run rate is needed. The Nazareth staff need to post up a big score to defend.
A very good comeback by Mr. Vivek, played watchfully by the batsman. A slight misfield by the wicket keeper. Okay, yes.
So bye is signaled by the umpire.
It's a leg bye, and the Nazareth team has got a run. A very good shot, played in the gap. Is it a boundary? Yes, it is a boundary. Team Nazareth is now trying to play as aggressive as they can in order to accelerate their run rate.
Cracking shot played by Dr. Subhash towards the long off boundary. So 2 boundaries have been scored in this over.
A shot. It is a misfield by
Another
the fielder.
misfield by the fielder of St. Joseph staff. And another boundary.
It is a big over for Team Nazareth as it is as
Dr.
it
Prashant, I stand corrected, was the batsman. So Dr. Prashant has scored 11 runs in just 6 balls he has faced. So he is really playing T20 cricket.
This over is very big for Team Nazareth as there are 2 boundaries in this over, releasing the pressure which was there on them.
It's the end of the 8th over. The score is now 51 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. So the Nazareth batsmen now coming back in the match after losing a flurry of wickets. So they have come back again. Now St. Joseph staff needs to put a break on the scoring rate of the Nazareth staff. Let's see who is going to bowl the next over. Mr. Azhar Usmani again going to bowl from the Jubilee block end.
The scoreboard needs to be updated. It's 51 for 3 in 8 overs. 51 for 3 in 8 overs.
Earlier the run rate was 5.43 for Team Nazareth and now it is 6.38. It is a major boost in the run rate for Team Nazareth and the projected score has increased from 96 to 128. Team Nazareth is accelerating the run rate and trying to score as much as they can. Mr. Azhar Usmani is bowling his second over. It was a very fruitful over as in the last over he only gave 4 runs. Let's see if he will be able to maintain that.
Mr. Azhar Usmani trying to place the fielders on the right spot so that no boundaries get scored. Another
It's a
single
chance of a
taken.
run out. No, it isn't. A very good shot played by Team Nazareth, but in the hands of the fielder, giving them one run. Mr. Zahir was there on the field, who caught the ball, doing a good job. Dr. Subhash is now facing the ball. A very good shot played by Dr. Subhash, but still in the hands of the fielder. A very good fielding by Mr. Danny Ikka. Only one run to Team Nazareth. A very good ball by Mr. Azhar Usmani. The match has been very interesting till now. I hope the spectators are enjoying the match. A very good ball and an appeal by the wicket keeper and the bowler, but the umpire not interested in it. A very close ball indeed. This is the end of the over. The score is now 54 for 3 wickets at 9 overs. The run rate for Team Nazareth has now dropped to only 6 current run rate. So it was a slight decrease in their run rate. Now let's see if they will be able to increase it.
So Mr. Zahir is now going to bowl the next over. He's going to bowl from the basketball end. So Mr. Vivek Yadav has bowled his quota of 4 overs. Has taken only a single wicket.
Mr. Zahir Abbas will be bowling the 10th over from the basketball court end. Dr. Subhash is on strike and he will be facing the first ball of the over. First ball played on the back foot, getting a single. In the middle of this crazy action, Team Nazareth has scored 50 runs on the board. A very big appeal from the wicket keeper. Dr. Subhash is playing the role of the anchor for the team as he came on the opening and now has scored 22 runs on 24 balls. A very good bowling performance by Mr. Zahir Abbas. It was a miss in the shot. Mr. N.B. Lawrence has a very good piece of fielding by Mr. N.B. Lawrence, saving the 4 for the team, saving 2 runs for the team.
डॉक्टर लॉरेंस गड्ढा है प्रशांत. डॉक्टर लॉरेंस अब छुट्टी ले लीजिए. आ गया हूं मैं, अशोक अग्रवाल बोल रहा हूं.
The dressing room, or I should say the sides of both sides, Team Nazareth and Team SJC are supporting their players who are playing on the field. And this enthusiasm is what makes a match interesting.
And a cracking
It's an
shot
appeal for the
played
catch.
by Dr. Subhash. But still only for a single.
It was a really big chance, but it was a very difficult catch, which Mr. Azhar Usmani missed. A good shot, but in the hands of the fielder. Will it be a single? Oh, it's a misfield. Will it be a double? Yes, the team Nazareth, the batsmen are going for a double. And they stole 1 run from Team SJC.
So at the end of 10 overs, we are in the halfway mark. The score is 60 for 3 runs. 60 runs for 3 wickets, rather.
And it's a drink break.
So the Nazareth staff posting a score of 60 runs at the run rate of 6 runs per over, which is not bad. If they keep playing in this manner without losing any wickets, they can post a big score. And from the perspective of St. Joseph staff, obviously they have to now take some quick wickets in order to come back to the match. So let's see what happens. It's a drink break.
So at the end of the 10 overs, Team Nazareth run rate is 6 runs per over, and it is a pretty good run rate for 10 overs. But now they have a chance to accelerate their run rate and make a very high score indeed. So what will happen after the drinks break? Will Team Nazareth be able to score a high score, or Team SJC will be able to take the wickets and stop Team Nazareth from getting a high score? We will be able to find out soon.
So the match of the summary of the match is somewhat like this. Dr. Subhash playing very well with scoring 24 runs in 25 balls with a strike rate of 96. Then we have Dr. Prashant Tripathi with 13 runs in 15 balls. And for bowling end, Mr. Vivek Yadav has scored 4 overs, giving 24 runs for 1 wicket. Mr. Shubham Chandra bowled 3 overs and gave 21 runs with 1 wicket. And Mr. Azhar Usmani bowling 2 overs, giving 7 runs only. So I could say Mr. Azhar Usmani is turning out to be man with the golden arm at present for SJC team. And then we have Mr. Zahir Abbas with 1 overs and giving only 4 runs. So both the teams are doing very well, and we can't predict who will win, who will lose till the last ball is bowled.
So we have the drinks break. In the meantime, I would like to interview Dr. Ashok Agarwal and take his views about how the match is going.
मैच इज गोइंग वेरी नाइस. मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ. अच्छी सी धूप खुली हुई है, सुहाना मौसम है, जिसमें नाजरत हॉस्पिटल के बैट्समैन पर्टिकुलरली डॉक्टर सुभाष वर्मा एंड प्रशांत त्रिपाठी ने बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग की है. फील्ड बहुत अच्छी है, आउटफील्ड काफ़ी फास्ट है. हालांकि सेंट जोसेफ स्कूल के स्टाफ बॉलिंग बहुत अच्छी की, पर्टिकुलरली मिस्टर विवेक ने, जिन्होंने 2 विकेट लिए हैं, 1 रन आउट हुआ है. और डॉक्टर अजहर उस्मानी के स्पिन बॉल को फेस करना इज़ नॉट दैट इजी जॉब. इवन डॉक्टर सुभाष वर्मा इज ऑल्सो फेसिंग डिफिकल्टी इन फेसिंग द बॉल्स ऑफ डॉक्टर अजहर उस्मानी. ओवरऑल द मैच इज इन बोथ द हैंड्स towards St. Joseph as well as to the Nazareth Hospital also. It can be of anybody's game.
थैंक यू सर. आपने बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से इस मैच का जो है समीक्षा करी है, और ये मैच बहुत ही बराबर के उस पे दिख रहा है कि आगे किसी भी तरफ मैच का रुख पलट सकता है.
While on the drinks break, the players can see what they are fighting for, as the trophy has been placed in front of the flag hosting side. On the podium, I stand corrected.
have to worry about nothing. 'Cause we got the fire, and we burn
umpires are requested whether it is a lunch break or it is a drinks. Really, we are confused over here whether it is a lunch break or it is a drinks.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. And we gonna let it burn, 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 burn. That's what we uncover, cover, cover.
We also welcome Reverend Father Lawrence, our Diocesan Education Officer. He has come up here to cheer both the teams, the St. Joseph staff as well as the Nazareth staff. Thank you, Father, for making it today. Your presence definitely blesses us.
You made me insecure. Told me I wasn't good enough. But who are you to judge when you're a diamond in the rough? Girls seem to like the boys who don't appreciate all the money and the time that it takes.
I didn't wanna write a song, 'cause I didn't want anyone thinking I still care, I don't, but you still hit my phone up.
I see another mountain to climb, but I got stamina. I need another love of your mind, 'cause
So the match is evenly poised. The score is 60 runs for the Nazareth staff for the loss of 3 wickets. Dr. Prashant and Dr. Subhash having a good partnership between them. They want to post up a good score in their limited quota of 20 overs to give a fighting score and a fight, a real fight to the St. Joseph staff. On the other side of the coin, the St. Joseph staff has definitely taken some wickets, quick wickets in the early stage. And from the first over, which was a very fruitful over for the Nazareth staff, they still put the brakes on the scoring of Nazareth staff. But presently, the partnership between the two doctors seems quite enterprising. The partnership between these doctors is 36 runs from 29 balls. So they are hitting more than a strike rate of 100. So it seems that they want to post up a big score, want to stay there till the end. But let's see. Fortune favors the brave.
We cannot deny the fact that now all the players are refreshed after a very good drinks break. So a different aura of energy should be seen from the players. Let's see if they show it. Let's see who is more energized. Is it Team Nazareth or is it Team SJC?
You know the drinks are being done just to break the concentration of the batsman. So I hope that these two batsmen, they will not break their concentration and they will concentrate fully to accelerate the run rate. Thank you.
So Mr. Azhar Usmani is going to bowl from the Jubilee block end. Dr. Subhash on strike.
First ball with the defense and a single taken by the Team Nazareth. Team Nazareth wants to go for a double, but the batsman denies. A very good choice made by the batsman on strike.
So Mr. Lawrence very keen about his field placing, always working as a thinking captain, thinking about the strategies, thinking about which bowler to bowl. He has been a veteran for the St. Joseph staff, leading the side for so many years.
A shot up in the air, clearing the fielder.
And a very good shot played on the back foot by Dr. Subhash. Rather, Dr. Prashant, I stand corrected. Now Dr. Subhash on strike.
An attacking approach took by Dr. Prashant. Now a single taken by Team Nazareth. Good running between the wickets by the batsman. A very big appeal by the team, but the umpire is not interested in the decision. A very good shot. Fielder coming underneath it, but the ball cleared the fielder for a boundary for Team Nazareth. Is it 6? No, it is a 4.
So batsmen making the intentions clear now in the second half of the innings that they will be now taking chances, because if they want to post up a big score, they now have to accelerate their score and score more boundaries. So we are heading towards an exciting part of the innings where you will be seeing more 4s and 6s.
The side of Team Nazareth is cheering Dr. Prashant. A very good ball by Mr. Azhar Usmani.
End of 11 overs now. The score is 67 runs for the loss of 3 wickets. So 7 runs have been scored in this over. So Nazareth staff maintaining the run rate and rather improving on it. It's 6.1 runs per over.
Dr. Prashant is going with a strike rate of 100, which is a very good approach from his side.
Scoreboard is showing 66, but it is 67 for 3. And again it is 4 runs. No, it is 1.
Very good fielding by Mr. Santosh Yadav.
I think umpire is biased with the St. Joseph people, I think.
So Mr. Zahir is now bowling from the basketball end. Dr. Prashant on strike. A slight misfield. So 2 runs have been taken, 2 quick runs, adding to the tally of 67 runs, now 69 for the loss of, rather 70 runs for the loss of 3 wickets.
Team Nazareth is going really fast for that 100-run mark. Let's see if they will be able to make it before. A very good shot played by Dr. Prashant and a single taken by Team Nazareth.
The St. Joseph staff now has to take some quick wickets. Mr. Zahir has a lot of expectations. The expectations of the captain, the expectations of the team. Let's see if St. Joseph staff can come back from this position.
A very good shot. Is it a catch? No, it's not a catch.
A brave effort by the St. Joseph's fielder. Mr. Azhar Usmani is fielding at silly mid-off. It's a place which has always been very busy in the cricket field.
It is the last ball of the over. Let's see if they are going to make it a big one. It is a miss by the wicketkeeper. A lack of coordination between the batsmen.
So it's the end of the over. So end of the 12th over, the score is 72 for the loss of 3 wickets. So Dr. Prashant and Dr. Subhash both have been on the crease for a long time, and Dr. Subhash opened the innings. Don't forget that. He has been for the last 12 overs there, standing there. That shows his fitness as well as his stamina.
Now this partnership is 48 runs and in 41 balls, that doesn't matter, but they have to escalate now. Dr. Subhash has to take that chance now. Because if Nazareth Hospital wins this game, then certainly they have to escalate the run rate and they have to score minimum. Seeing the pitch, I think 160 score will be sufficient for this pitch.
Mr. Azhar Usmani is bowling his 4th over from the gymnasium end.
White ball signaled by the umpire.
The SJC team has done a pretty good job holding back the batsmen of Team Nazareth. Let's see if they are going. They will be able.
Oh, sir. We are honored to have Dr. Paul, the Padma Shri winner from Kamala Nehru. Thank you, Doctor, for making it today. Sir. So
It's a
clean
wicket.
bowled, Dr. Subhash is out. So finally, Mr. Azhar Usmani, who's known as the man with the golden arm, has taken a wicket. He has broken this very strong partnership which was made between Dr. Subhash and Dr. Prashant. He's although limping, Dr. Subhash, and coming back on the field. But can we have a huge round of applause for this man who played from the start, and it's the 12th over, rather 12 overs have been bowled.
Who is the next batsman? Praveen. Is it?
So Dr. Prashant scored 21 runs in 22 balls.
Mr. Praveen Mins have gone for the batting on the pitch. Let's see how he performs. It is a very fruitful over for SJC team. Let's see if they are going to maintain it. It was a very important partnership which has been broken by the SGC team. It was in partnership of 49 runs on how many balls?
So Mr. Praveen Mins has joined Dr. Prashant.
A very good shot. Will the fielder be able to catch it? Yes, he will be able to catch it, and it's a single for Team Nazareth. A very good piece of fielding by Mr. Zahir Abbas. The batsman of the Team Nazareth has to find gaps in order to where they have to shoot. A very good shot in the air. Fielder coming underneath. Will he be able to catch it? No, it's a drop of the catch. A double. Oh, it's a chance of a run out. Will he be able to run out? It's an umpire decision and it's a not out. A very lack of coordination between the batsmen.
There was a comedy of errors between the batsmen at the end, but still both the batsmen could make their crease. And from the St. Joseph staff, there was a chance missed by the fielder. It was a dolly chance.
Come on, Danny sir, come on.
So this is the time of the innings where the bowlers can get wickets and even the batsmen can accelerate. Let's see who is going to win at the end of the day, the bat or the ball.
Est-ce que tu aimes le sexe? Le sexe, je veux dire l'activité physique, le Covid.
Three more balls to go in this over. Very safely paid by the batsmen of the Nazareth team. They are going for the double. Will they be able to take it? It's a very close call.
Very quick
It's
running
not-
between the wickets. So Mr. Praveen Mins and Dr. Prashant both showing their agility in the field, in the running between the wickets. So now the batsmen trying to accelerate the score, trying to increase the score. The St. Joseph staff has to nearly now on their toes to stop the runs.
And the batsmen from the team Nazareth are learning from their mistake. As in the last, they was not showing a lack of coordination, but now they are showing an excellent running between the wickets. Stealing another run from the fielders of the team SJC. It is the last ball of the over. Let's see if they are going to do something big. A very good shot in the air. Fielder coming underneath it, but the ball dropped in the no man's land, giving Team Nazareth a single.
So the scoreboard is Nazareth staff has scored 79 runs with the loss of 4 wickets in 13 overs. 79 runs with a loss of 4 wickets in 13 overs. Now Mr. Vivek Thomas will be bowling his first over from the basketball end. And few changes could be seen in the fielding setup of SJC staff.
So Mr. Vivek Thomas going to bowl from the basketball end.
A very good shot in the air. Fielder is underneath it. Will he be able to catch it? Yes, it is a very,
And a very
excellent
good catch
catch.
taken. The first ball bowled by Mr. Vivek Thomas, taking a wicket. And St. Joseph's staff has now come back in the match by taking 2 quick wickets now.
What is the name of the next batsman?
So Dr.
Kindly tell
Prashant
the name of the next batsman.
losing his wicket, trying to accelerate the score. So he has made 24 runs in 26 balls. 92.31 was the strike rate and scored 3 boundaries. Can we have a big round of applause for him?
Kindly tell the name of the next batsman.
Mr. Prashant Shukla is the next batsman, joining Mr. Praveen Mintz.
The catch we just saw, we can say that this was the Vivo perfect catch of the match. A very good piece of fielding by Mr. N.B. Lawrence, the captain of the SGC team.
Mr. Vivek Thomas bowling a very tight line in length. He has been practicing a lot these days. Well bowled.
A very good piece of bowling by Mr. Vivek Thomas. It's a white ball given signal by the umpire.
White ball signaled by the umpire.
A ball in the air, but it's landed in the no man's land, giving 1 run. A very good piece of fielding by Mr. Danny Ikka.
Another white ball signaled.
A close call from the fielding side. The spectators are enjoying the match. Last ball of the over. Let's see what happens. And a big appeal and it's in wicket. It's a
An
wicket
appeal
for
made
Team
by the
SJC.
bowler. It's leg before wicket. So Mr. Praveen Mins getting out leg before wicket. So Mr. Thomas striking twice in the same over.
Kindly tell the name of the next batsman. Uh,
So you have to give some credit to the bowler, Mr. Vivek Thomas, taking 2 wickets in his over, taking wicket on the first ball, and then on the last ball of his over, and has given only 5 runs. So Mr. Vivek Thomas really bringing back St. Joseph staff back in the match.
So the scoreboard of Nazareth staff reaches 84 for the loss of 6 wickets in 14 overs. 84 runs with a loss of 6 wickets in 14 overs. It's 84. 84. It's 84. By mistake, they must have done it. It's 84.
So now we are reaching to the final 6 over for the first inning of this match. Mr. Zahir Abbas is bowling his 3rd over. And now now it's time for Team Nazareth to accelerate their run rate and to score as high as possible. This is the end game.
Well bowled by Mr. Zahir. Now St. Joseph staff has come back in the match. They gain confidence by taking these 2 wickets. Now again, Nazareth staff needs to build up a good partnership.
A very good shot in the air, clearing the fielder for a boundary. And this might be the start of the boundaries for Team Nazareth. A very good shot again. It's a 6. It's the first 6 for the whole match. A very good shot again. Fielder coming underneath it. Will it be a catch? It's a drop. This slight error can be a big mistake for Team SJC.
So 2 drop catches, very important from the perspective of the match. As the saying goes, catches win matches. So you
A very
need
good
to-
shot again. But fielder is there for this time. This won't be a boundary.
May I request the sisters and the associates to please go for the refreshments? So Mr. Vivek Thomas bowling his second over from the basketball end. The score is 96 runs. For the loss of 6 wickets. So well collected by the keeper. An appeal for stumps. So Mr. Vivek Thomas, the man for St. Joseph's.
A very good shot placed in the gap, but the fielder is there to collect the ball. It's a single for Team Nazareth.
Come on, Vivek, sir. Come on. You can do it, sir. Come on.
Very well bowled by Mr. Vivek Thomas. We have Mr. Pratik Hemrajani, who is a teammate of Team SJC, supporting his team from the commentator's end. Ball in the air, but it will be dropped in the no man's land. It is a misfield. They should go for a double run, and they are going. It can be a chance of a run out. No, it's not a run out. We can see there is a lack of coordination between the batsmen.
Last ball of the over. Very watchfully played by the batsman. Single taken. So what's the score, sir?
It's 100 for Nazareth team in 16 overs.
So three-figure mark. Three-figure mark now. 100 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. We still have 3 more overs left, I think. 4 overs left. 4 overs left in the match. I stand corrected, 4 overs. So it's the end of the 16th over. Now the 17th over will be bowled.
It was a very clever approach by Mr. Praveen Mins, as he is now having the strike for the next over. Uh, Now there will be a new bowler. Mr. Santosh Kumar Yadav will be bowling for Team SJC from the gymnasium end.
Now Mr. Santosh Yadav is going to bowl from the Jubilee block end. The captain has given him the responsibility now to bowl at the death overs.
A very well piece of bowling by Mr. Santosh Kumar Yadav, giving only 1 run to Team Nazareth.
Very good ball bowled by Mr. Santosh Yadav. So he's trying to compensate for the catch by bowling a good line and length. White ball signaled by the umpire.
The fielders of the SJC team are motivating their bowler. You can say it was a miss of chance, but it was a chance of a catch, which was missed by the wicketkeeper of Team
A missed
SJC.
opportunity, but nonetheless, the effort was there. So, the wicketkeeper, Mr. Santosh Yadav, trying his level best. Well, there are two Santosh Yadavs, one the bowler and the other keeper. Mr. Praveen Mins is on fire. He's scored 21 runs of just 16 balls by scoring one boundary, that is 4, and a 6. And Mr. Nishant Mishra playing the sheath anchor role by scoring just 2 runs of 6 balls. He doesn't want to lose any wicket now and give more chances to Mr. Praveen Mins so that Nazareth posts a big score. On the other hand, St. Joseph staff definitely trying to take the last 4 wickets so that they can bowl out the Nazareth staff within the quota of 20 overs. Let's see what happens in the next 3.
Last ball of the over.
You can say it was a miss field by the wicket keeper.
End of 17 overs. Nazareth team has scored 105 runs with a loss of 6 wickets. 105 runs with a loss of 6 wickets in 17 overs.
So Dr. Manoj Singh now changing Mr. Vivek Thomas from the basketball end now. He is going to bowl. He is a left-hander, a southpaw.
Ball is in the air, fielder coming underneath it, but it will drop before him and giving Team Nazareth a run. Team Nazareth is trying really hard to score a lot of runs in the remaining overs, but they are unable to find a gap between the fielders and always are finding a fielder. A very good shot in the air, but still there is a fielder right there for the positioning. A very great piece of positioning by the captain of Team SJC, as it has been a long time for Team Nazareth that they haven't have scored a boundary. A really good piece of bowling from Dr. Manoj Singh. So 3 balls are left for this over. Let's see what happens. Again a good shot. Will the fielder be able to stop it? Yes, he will be able to stop it. Again a 1 run. Again a single taken by the batsman of Team Nazareth. A very good shot. Straight into the hands of the fielder, Mr. Aman John. Last ball of the over. Let's see if Team Nazareth can make it a big one.
So no boundary scored in this over till yet by the Nazareth staff.
A really close ball. It was a close call for Team Nazareth.
So it's the end of the 18th over. So Nazareth staff has scored 110 runs with a loss of 6 wickets. 18 overs. Scorer, kindly update the scoreboard. 110 runs with a loss of 6 wickets in 18 overs. 2 more overs to go. The current run rate of the Nazareth team is 6.11 and the projected score is 122. And this is the fourth over of Mr. Shubham Chandra, and he's bowling from the gymnasium end. And it's a wide ball.
The team Nazareth, with a very good coordination of running between the wickets, stole a run from team SJC.
White ball signaled by the umpire. So one bad ball can spoil the over. So you need to be disciplined in your approach. St. Joseph staff now needs to bowl very tightly.
It's a shot in the gap. Will the fielder be able to catch it? Yes, it's a very good piece of fielding by Mr. Danny Ikka.
So a certain boundary saved, but in between 2 runs have been taken.
2 runs have been taken by the batsman. 3 runs have been taken.
3 runs have been taken. So
a very good piece of fielding by Mr. Danny Ikka, saving 1 run for the team.
good running between the wickets by the Nazareth staff, as well as good fielding. 1 run saved from the SJC staff fielder, Mr. Danny Ekka.
A very good partnership between both the batsmen of Team Nazareth as of 32. A very good shot again. But the fielder will come to the rescue.
Another 2 runs taken.
A very good piece of partnership between both the batsmen of Team Nazareth of 32 runs, 34 runs in 27 balls. It's a no ball. It's a no ball signaled by the umpire.
No ball signaled by the umpire.
Sir, no ball. A very good piece of bowling. The batsman is looking at the umpire for a wide, but the umpire is not interested in it. Two more balls to go in this over. And it's a wicket. It's a wicket for Team SJC. Very good piece of bowling by Shubham Chandra.
So Mr. Shubham Chandra taking his 2nd wicket of the match. Mr. Nishant Mishra is out.
Kindly tell the name for the next batsman.
So Mr. Rajendra is going to join Mr. Praveen Mins. The 7th wicket falling. Mr. Praveen Mins has scored 26 runs in 19 balls. So he has been there for the Nazareth staff, keeping the hopes alive, so that Nazareth can post at least a very good score to defend. Let's see what happens in the next 2 overs.
Last ball of the over.
A very good shot by Mr. It's a misfield by the fielder of team SJC. It was a misfield.
It was a meaty blow by Mr. Rajendra.
Mr. Rajendra has cleared his intentions of scoring as much as they can.
So 19 overs have been bowled up till now. So Nazareth staff has scored 123 runs with a loss of 7 wickets in 19 overs. And Mr. Rajendra proving to be a booster dose for Nazareth staff. Last over of this innings by Mr. Vivek Thomas. And he is bowling from the basketball end.
So can the tables turn around again? Mr. Vivek Thomas bowling from the basketball end.
It's a very good boundary by the batsman of Team Nazareth.
He is hitting boundaries as if he is seeing the ball like a football.
And a very good strike rate by Mr. Praveen Wins. A very good shot again. Is it going to be a boundary? Yes, it is going to be a boundary.
So 2 consecutive boundaries scored. So this last over proving to be very costly.
Come on, sir! Come on! You can do it! Come on!
This over can be a game changer for Team Nazareth as they are scoring a lot of runs in it and there are still 4 balls remain. It was a chance which was missed by the wicket keeper. A single for Team Nazareth. It's a bye signal by the umpire. A very good shot there. Finding the fielder, giving a single to Mr. Praveen Mins again. 3 balls remain. Oh, I stand corrected. The 2 balls remain.
So the last 2 balls of this first innings. It's the 20th over going. So there have been a lot of twist in the tail for the Nazareth staff, but at the end they have posted a good score. The last 2 ball remains and that will decide what will be the exact score for the St. Joseph staff to chase.
A very good shot again. But this time they will be finding the field. Oh, it's a misfield. It's a misfield. It's a misfield. 3 boundaries for Team Nazareth. Last ball remain. Can they make a boundary again on this ball and give the...
The score is 137 for 7. So this last ball of the innings. So this last over has been a very costly over. Can they reach 140? Let's see.
It's
Wide
a
ball
wide
signaled
ball.
by the umpire.
And the score updated to 138. And they have reached the score of 140. So in 20 overs, Nazareth staff has scored 140 runs with a loss of 7 wickets. Well played both the teams. Now let's see whether SJC staff is able to chase this score of 140 or not. So the target is of 141.
So the target is 141, which is 7 runs per over. So St. Joseph staff now have to score at the rate of 7 runs per over in order to win this match. So Nazareth staff, you have to applaud their efforts. In spite of losing wickets, they have posted a very good score. A fight, not only a fighting score, but it can be a winning score also. Let's see the other side of the match.
And a big round of applause for both the teams for putting up such a wonderful show. By the end of first innings, Mr. Praveen Mins scoring 40 runs in 24 balls, not out, and Mr. Rajendra scoring 5 runs in 2 balls, not out. And at the bowling end, Mr. Shubham Chandra taking 2 wickets, and Mr. Vivek Thomas also taking 2 wickets.
I think the umpire should also have a decision that there is slow over rate. And it is very, very slow over rate, at least half an hour. I think 4 or 5 overs are the slow. So they should, St. Joseph people should have some penalty on that.
So may I ask the batsmen of the St. Joseph staff to be ready along with the umpires. So Nazareth staff has posted a very good score of 140 and St. Joseph staff needs to bat really well to achieve this target of 141 in the limited quota of 20 overs. Uh, can we have 2 minute silence? Can all of you can stand up? May I have your attention, please? Can everyone stand up? We have a condolence of Miss Lata Mangeshkar, who's no more. She has been the Queen of India as far as singing is concerned. So can we have 2 minute silence for her? May God grant her eternal rest and may she rest in peace. Amen. The striker is Mr. Vivek Yadav and non-striker is Mr. Aman John from the St. Joseph staff. Dr. Subhash Verma is going to open the bowling for Nazareth staff.
It's a beautiful start by SJC staff. And they have got 4 runs through a leg bye. It shows luck is favoring SJC staff.
Another run scored through a bye. So a total of 5 runs in 2 balls.
Mr. Aman John now on strike. Dr. Subhash, the bowler.
A very good shot.
Good shot played by Mr. Aman, but well fielded by the fielder of Nazareth staff. So Mr. Aman John on strike again. Dr. Subhash bowling the first over. White ball signaled by the umpire.
2 more balls to go. A very good shot by Mr. Aman John. And a very good running between the wickets we can see. Between Mr. Vivek and Mr. Aman.
So a very good square cut played by Mr. Aman John, piercing the field and scoring 2 runs.
Again a white ball signaled by the umpire. A very good flick and a very good running between the wickets. Let's see whether it's a boundary or not. No, it's not a boundary. They have taken 2 runs. So, in first over, SJC staff has scored 13 runs with a loss of no wicket. Required run rate is 6.74, but the current run rate is 13 per over. So it seems Dr. Dhaval Kirti will be bowling from the gymnasium end. He is also an ex-Josephite, 2008 batch. Mr. Vivek on strike. Facing the first ball of Dr. Dhaval Kirti.
So St. Joseph's staff needs a good partnership from the beginning to get this score of 141 runs. Mr. Dhaval Kirti, Dr. Dhaval Kirti is going to bowl from the gymnasium end now. And what
a very
a
good
flick!
shot, a very good flick.
Just a flick of the wrist by Mr. Vivek Yadav for a boundary, using the pace of the bowler. Now this is the first boundary scored by a batsman. So St. Joseph's staff needs to keep on scoring at this pace in order to reach this target, because it's a good target of 140 runs which has been given by Nazareth staff.
A very good flick but by Mr. Vivek Yadav, but even better fielding from the Nazareth team. By Mr. Rajendra from Nazareth team. A very good piece of fielding shown by him.
White ball signaled by the umpire. So these extras giving some cushion to the St. Joseph staff score.
Again a white ball.
White ball signaled by the umpire again, and also one by.
Hello.
So Mr. Vivek Yadav now on strike. Mr. Aman John on strike. So an appeal made by Dr. Dhaval for a leg before wicket, but the umpire not interested.
A very good piece of bowling from the Nazareth side. It was an attempt for a six or for a boundary, but totally missed.
A white ball, a clear white ball.
Another single taken and a wide signaled also.
Giving 2 extra runs.
So 2 extra runs added to the score of St. Joseph staff.
Team Nazareth has to avoid these byes in order to win.
So last ball of the over.
A very good piece of fielding from Team Nazareth.
One more. तुमको हम यहीं फेंकेंगे नीचे. मैच में पास नहीं होते हो ना तुम.
A very
A
good
very
shot.
good shot, and here we receive one more boundary.
So Mr. Vivek hitting his second boundary. So Mr. Vivek contributing both with the ball and now with the bat.
So at the end of 2 overs, SAC staff is at 31-3-1 with a loss of no wicket. So SAC team is showing a very spectacular show at present. I hope it continues till the end. And now Mr. Dilip will be bowling from the basketball end.
Mr. Aman John now on strike.
A very good shot from Team SJC.
So 2 runs have been taken.
It's a
Very
chance.
good running between the wickets.
It's
Very good running between the wickets. So it is these singles converting into twos which can get the score of St. Joseph Staff close to the Nazareth score.
And as we can see, the competition is not going on the field, but going off the field as well, as the spectators from both the sides are cheering.
And a very good shot and a misfield.
A very good shot and a slight misfield by Team Nazareth.
So now Mr. Aman John on strike.
A very good shot again, but a very good piece of fielding. It's a chance of a run out.
A quick single taken by the batsman
It was a
of
big
the
chance.
SJC staff. So the game moving at a very brisk pace. Now batsman just glancing the ball towards the third man region. So 2 runs have been scored again. 2 runs added to the score. The score is now 37 runs for the loss of no wicket. The third over being bowled by Nazareth staff.
A very good cut in the
Another
gap.
beautiful square cut played by Mr. Vivek.
It's a boundary.
So a boundary scored now. So Mr. Vivek Yadav has come up with his intentions very clear that offense is the best defense. Nazareth staff bowlers need to really bowl well now and take up some quick wickets. Some changes made in the field.
Team Nazareth has to take wickets now, or else this match will be gone from their hands.
So another single taken on the leg side. So it's the end of the over. So 3 overs have been bowled and the score of St. Joseph staff is 42 runs for the loss of no wicket. So Mr. Rajendra is going to bowl from the Jubilee Brock end. He's going to bowl the 4th over.
अमन सर का 5 रन है 7 रन और विवेक सर का
So Mr. Vivek Yadav on strike now.
20 रन
White ball signaled by the umpire. So Mr. Rajendra, who is bowling from the Jubilee block end, bowled his first ball as a wide. And a beautiful shot played by Mr. Vivek Yadav for a single.
The fielders of the Nazareth Hospital are showing their agility by protecting the ball from going outside the boundary.
Mr. Aman John now on strike. Mr. Rajen the bowler. Good ball bowled by Mr. Rajendra.
Team SJC are having way less dot balls than Team Nazareth. That might be the key point for their victory here. A slight midfield by the wicketkeeper, but it is saved by the third man. It's a chance for a run out. Can it be? It wasn't the chance for. A very good piece of bowling from the bowler side of Team Nazareth. Mr. Rajendra is the bowler. Team SJC are now playing on the safe side.
So at the end of 4 overs, the score is 44 runs for the loss of no wicket. So St. Joseph staff scoring at a good run rate. So anything can happen, just a wicket and the things can change. So let's see. The only thing the Nazareth staff has to keep.
इसको खोलो.
I stand corrected. The score is 47 for the loss of no wicket.
It's a boundary again for Team SJC. A very good piece of bowling, but a slight misfield from the wicketkeeper.
Good shot and played by Mr. Aman John for a single. So the bowling action of the Nazareth staff bowler seems like Suhail Tanveer.
A very beautiful shot from Team SJC, but equal good fielding from Team Nazareth. A dot ball. This is a dot ball coming after a very long time.
So Nazareth staff now need some quick wickets. There is always hope for hope.
Ball is in the air. Will the fielder be able to catch it? No. Will he be able to save it from the boundary? Yes, he will be able to save it from the boundary. Chances are being made. The pressure is rising from Team SJC side.
So at the end of 5 overs, SJC is scoring 55 runs. That is 11 runs per over. A very good run rate, just double of what is required at present. And a very good partnership between Mr. Vivek and Mr. Aman John. Who is the bowler now? Now Mr. Rajendra will be bowling from the gymnasium end. And Mr. Aman John is on strike.
A very good piece of bowling from Team Nazareth. Coming back in action. And there is a wicket here.
And well bowled. Mr. Rajendra taking a wicket now of a prized wicket of Mr. Aman John. So this was the breakthrough which the Nazareth staff was looking for, and finally they have got it. So could this be the small opening of the door?
Now the man who is coming in the batting, we can say he is the Chris Gale of Team SJC, Mr. Azhar Usmani. Lots of hopes are there with him from Team SJC. He might be the man who can guide them to the victory.
Mr. Azhar Usmani has been carrying on his shoulders a lot of expectations from the SJC staff. Although he has not contributed with the bat enough, but he has contributed enough with the ball, which has been very surprising. But today, he seems like a man on a mission. He's looking at the pitch very keenly, taking his stance. Hopefully, he plays a good innings.
Team Nazareth now has a very big burden upon their shoulders.
So Mr. Azhar Usmani on strike.
This is his first ball, which is a wide, which is signaled by the umpire. A wide ball. Based upon the runs scored by Team SJC, they do not want to get any wickets.
Very watchfully played by Mr. Azhar Usmani for a single. So today he has come with some plans in his mind not to give his wicket away. The more time he spends on the crease, the better it is for the SJC staff. And it's the other way around for Nazareth staff.
A very beautifully placed shot and a misfield from Team Nazareth, giving Team
And
SJC a
on the
boundary.
other side, Mr. Vivek Yadav continuing his good form, hitting a flurry of boundaries, hitting another boundary, although it was a misfield by the Nazareth staff, but still there was a good power behind the ball.
An excellent piece of fielding from Team Nazareth, saving their team 2 runs.
So Nazareth staff now coming back into the match by taking this first wicket. They are pumped up.
Again, a
Another
very
good
excellent-
fielding. Good piece of fielding done by Nazareth staff.
This is required for Team Nazareth, as these runs can be really important in the end.
So at the end of 6 overs, SJC staff is at 61 with a loss of 1 wicket.
And
Both the teams are showing their best caliber. And as you all know, cricket is a last ball show, so we can't say what is going to happen. So let's wait and watch, hoping for the best for both the teams.
And with this, we are at the end of the power play. Now the field will be open for the fielders. Now let's see how the SJC will manage to score from here on.
Now Mr. Praveen Mins is going to bowl from the basketball end. Mr. Azhar Usmani on strike. So Mr. Praveen Mins. So Mr. Azhar Usmani trying to play an ambitious shot, although the ball did not come in contact with the bat. So there is a vacant area towards the square leg region.
A very beautiful shot
but an even better piece of fielding from Team Nazareth.
And
really
what a
good
shot!
And here
Not even a single fielder moved. The ball left the bat like a trace of bullet.
This was the first boundary for Mr. Azhar Usmani. Hope to see more of them.
So you cannot stop a hard-hitting batsman to score boundaries, although he has come up with a plan of playing the ball on the basis of its merit. So bowler coming now round the wicket.
The batsman is looking at the umpire for no ball, but umpire is not interested in it.
What a
It's
shot!
a cotton bold! It's a
But-
cotton bold!
It's a cotton bowled. So the luck not going on the side of Mr. Azhar is the second match which he has played.
Loud
He has
cheers
lost
are
his
coming
wicket.
from the Nazareth
So
end.
Nazareth staff coming back into the match, taking the prized wicket of Mr. Azhar Usmani.
How big does this wicket is?
it can be seen with the cheering of the.
It can be seen with the cheering of the Nazareth staff. All faces are smiling at this end. They know the value of this wicket.
So Mr. Santosh Kumar Yadav has come to join the crease with Mr. Vivek Yadav. So Mr. Santosh Yadav opening his account with a quick single, facing his first ball. So it's the end of 7 overs. The score is 66 runs for the loss of 2 wickets.
We can observe from the scoreboard that the run rate of Team SJC has dropped down. So this might be the comeback time for Team Nazareth. Let's see about that, what will happen.
But still the score of SJC staff, the run rate is more than the required run rate. So still SJC staff should think of the strategies of batting now coolly and calmly and getting the score of 141 runs. And Nazareth staff needs to take some more quick wickets in order to put some brakes on the scoring rate. So Mr. Santosh Yadav on strike. So Dr. Subhash is going to bowl from the Jubilee block.
A very good shot.
Late cut played by Mr. Santosh Yadav for a single.
It's a dot ball. It's a dot ball. This might be the point where the pressure might rise up for Team SJC. Oh my God!
And
it's
he
a
has
big-
bowled him. Dr. Subhash has bowled Mr. Vivek Yadav, who was scoring at a very brisk pace. So the third wicket falling of St. Joseph staff. So Nazareth staff coming back into the match after being hit for many boundaries in the first 5 overs.
It is also a very big wicket.
Now Mr. Zahir Abbas has joined Mr. Santosh Yadav. He was the best batsman declared in the last match which he played against the St. Joseph's Old Boys staff.
A lot of cheering is happening here in the side of Nazareth team.
Well bowled by Dr. Subhash, but well left by Mr. Zahir. We are into a very crucial stage. So Mr. Zahir now watchfully playing. St. Joseph staff has lost 2 quick wickets.
Oh, it's a drop of a catch, but it was a difficult catch.
A single taken by Mr. Zahir. So they at the end of 8 overs, the score is 68 runs for the loss of 3 wickets.
Even though even though there is a sharp drop in the run rate, Team SJC is still far ahead from the required run rate. As the current run rate of Team SJC is 8.5, whereas the required run rate is 6.08. SJC team now needs 73 runs in 72 balls.
Dr. Dhaval Kirti is going to bowl now from the basketball end. Left arm medium fast bowler. Mr. Zahir on strike. Just a flick of the wrist, a single taken by Mr. Zahir. So St. Joseph staff needs to now rotate the strike more rather than thinking of hitting boundaries to get close to the score of 140 runs which Nazareth has scored. Another good square cut played by Mr. Santosh Yadav for a single. As the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race. So, SJC staff,
It's
So-
a very big, very humongous
Big
wicket for
breakthrough.
Team Nazareth.
big breakthrough by the St. Joseph's, rather the Nazareth staff. Mr. Zahir now getting out.
All the faces in the Nazareth side are smiling with the happiness in their face.
Well, the saying definitely goes right that cricket is a game of uncertainties. And we have seen today the match turning in favor of now Nazareth with 3 wickets falling quickly of the St. Joseph staff. Now the captain of the SJC staff, Mr. N.B. Lawrence, coming to the field. So a single taken by Mr. N.B. Lawrence, Mr. Santosh Yadav on strike.
It's a no ball. It's a no ball from Team Nazareth and a free hit to Team SJC. An appeal from the fielders, but the umpire is not interested in it. Oh, it's an over.
So at the end of 9 overs, SJC is on 73 at the loss of 4 wickets. Still lots of hopes are there from SJC team as a required run rate is of 6.18, but the current run rate is still high, that is 8.11. So Mr. Santosh Yadav will be facing the ball, and Mr. N.B. Lawrence, the captain of our SJC team, is on the other end. And Dr. Subhash Chandra, the captain of the Nazareth team, will be bowling the next over from the gymnasium end. A very big appeal, but it's a not out.
A lot of guidance and support is coming from the side of the Nazareth team. Played very safely from Team SJC. A very good shot. Ball is in the air and it's a catch draw.
So a lot of chances being given to the now Nazareth staff. Mr. Santosh Yadav on strike. Watchfully played by Mr. Santosh Yadav for a single.
So at the end of 10 overs, SJC staff is at 76 with a loss of 4 wickets. Ten more overs to go. And if the same rate continues, then SJC staff surely will be winning the match.
At this point of time, SJC staff requires 65 runs out of 60 balls.
So we'll have a short break. So no break is being. So no break at present. We'll be continuing, and Dr. Dhaval Kirti will be bowling from the basketball court end, and it's his third over.
So St. Joseph staff now has a lot of hopes on the shoulders of Mr. Santosh Yadav. And watchfully played by Mr. Santosh Yadav for a single. And also on Mr. N.B. Lawrence. And another wicket falling. Mr. N.B. Lawrence has been given leg before wicket.
Even though it is a wicket, but the people in the Nazareth side do not want him to be out. Their faces clearly show an answer.
Mr. Danny Ekka is going to now join Mr. Santosh Yadav.
Another wicket for Mr. Dhaval Kirti.
Mr. Dhaval Kirti is going to be the star of the match today, I think. Although
Mr.
he did not contribute with the ball, a bat rather, he's contributing with the ball.
Mr. Dhaval Kirti is on a hat-trick ball right now.
Yeah, Dr. Dhaval Kirti. Initially, when he left the catch, we thought it that he will be out of surgery tomorrow. But now, since he has taken 3 wickets, I hope that his punishment will be withdrawn.
Miss Poonam on strike, watchfully playing, and a single taken. And a very good shot, a pull shot played by, rather a hook shot played by Mr. Santosh Yadav for a boundary. And also a no ball signaled by the umpire. And a free hit being signaled by the umpire. So, batsman now. What a shot. So the first 6 hit by Mr. Santosh Yadav from the St. Joseph staff.
The hit was so high that the ball went outside the school ground.
So at least the St. Joseph staff can take some respite and relief with this hit. Still the hopes are alive for St. Joseph staff, although they have lost 5 wickets, rather 6.
Calls for a short break. So it's a short break for time being, and it's 10.5 overs bowled up till now. SJC staff is at 90 runs with a loss of 6 wickets. That is 1 ball still left for the over to be complete of Dr. Dhaval Kirti. 1 ball is left. No, 1 ball is left.
On the given situation, SJC staff require 51 runs out of 55 balls.
So at the end of 10.5 overs, the score is 90 runs for the loss of 6 wickets. So 51 runs needed to win this match for the St. Joseph staff, and 4 wickets to be needed by Nazareth staff to win this match. So the game can turn around anyway. Let's see in the remaining 9 overs, which is to be bowled, 9.1, who wins. So Mr. Santosh Yadav on strike, Ms. Poonam on the non-striker end. And the bowler is Ms. Dr. Dhaval. Another good shot played by Mr. Santosh Yadav for a boundary. So he is the man for St. Joseph staff today. If he keeps on playing like this, St. Joseph staff can win.
So at the end of 11 overs, SJC staff is at 94 for 6. With Ms. Poonam Singh on one end and the master blaster, Mr. Santosh Yadav, at the other end.
As I have always said, that there has been a clash of a titan match between Nazareth staff and the St. Joseph staff. So you cannot say till the last ball is bowled. Some fielding arrangements being made. Ms. Poonam on strike. And Mr. Rajendra is going to bowl from the Jubilee block end.
Ball is in the air, but it will drop before the fielder.
And
Oh!
a misfield. A misfield by the Nazareth staff.
But an
still-
excellent save. But an excellent save by the Nazareth fielder.
Watchfully played by Ms. Poonam. Another good shot, but well fielded by the bowler himself. It was a straight drive played by Ms. Poonam. Another single taken. Mr. Santosh Yadav on strike. With the kind of shots he has played today, it seems that he should take St. Joseph's staff to the victory. Another single taken by Mr. Santosh Yadav. Now Ms. Poonam on strike. Mr. Rajendra bowling a very good line and length. And a reflex catch being taken by the fielder, which was standing very close to the batsman. It was just a reflex catch. You have to give credit to the fielder that fielding so close to the wicket and taking the catch in no time, but still Spoonam trying to accelerate the score and getting close to the score of 140 got out. Now Mr. Shubham Chandra is going to join Mr. Santosh Yadav. So 7 wickets have fallen. So at the end of 12 overs, the score is 98 runs for the loss of 7 wickets. Now Mr. Praveen Mins is going to bowl from the basketball end. Mr. Santosh Yadav on strike.
At this point of time, SJC staff requires 43 runs in 47 balls.
Well bowled by the bowler, but even well defended by the batsman. Mr. Santosh Yadav on strike. So Mr. Santosh Yadav playing watchfully. Now is the time not to give his wicket away, and what a shot! Just a flick of the wrist and a boundary scored. Is it to no ball?
With this boundary, team SJC comes with a score of 100.
So SJC has now scored 100 runs. They just need 41 runs to win. Rather, it is 102. Another good shot played by Mr. Santosh Yadav for a boundary. So he has hit 2 boundaries in this over. So if he bats like this, without any problem, SJC staff can win. So he has kept his cool and calm facing the bowlers, although he is seeing wickets falling on the other end. But he is keeping his cool and calm, and he wants the SJC staff to win this match. Nazareth staff now need 3 more wickets to win this match. Let's see who wins it.
So in 13 overs, SJC staff is at 106 runs with a loss of 7 wickets. And they need 35 runs in 42 balls. And Dr. Subhash, the captain of the Nazareth team, bowling his 4th over. That is the last over for this match. And Mr. Subhash Chandra on strike from SJC staff. So it's Subhash versus Subhash. Sorry, Subhash versus Shubham. Sorry. A very good flick by Mr. Shubham.
A good single taken. Mr. Santosh Yadav, the man in form, on strike now. He needs to face more balls. Well defended by Mr. Santosh Yadav. Another single taken. So Mr. Shubham is going to now face Dr. Subhash. And no ball. No. It's a missing signal. That means the umpire has given it as a not out. White ball signaled by the umpire. So still Mr. Shubham on strike.
32 runs required in 38 balls. A very good shot.
Very good shot played by Mr. Shubham, but only for a single.
And this is the need of the hour. Just keep going.
Mr. Santosh Yadav on strike again. Watchfully played by Mr. Santosh Yadav. Well, Dr. Subhash is bowling his 4th over. So it's the end of the over.
So SAC staff is at 110 with a loss of 7 wickets. 6 more overs to go and 31 runs required.
For SJC staff to win, are 3 wickets required by Nazareth staff to win this match.
So it's a very dicey situation at present. Let's see who wins it.
Now Mr. Rajendra is going to bowl his 4th over. Mr. Shubham on strike. So Mr. Rajendra has bowled 3 overs, given 16 runs and taken 2 wickets. It's his last over. Watchfully played by Mr. Shubham. He also knows that he wants to rotate the strike and give more strike to Mr. Santosh Yadav. The more he faces the balls, the better it is for SJC staff. Another good shot played by Mr. Santosh Yadav for a boundary. So today he has shown that he can play 360 degrees. He is playing shots all round the field. So he has scored 34 runs in just 23 balls.
Proving himself to be the master blaster of SJC, Mr. Santosh Yadav. Giving no mercy to the bowler.
Watchfully played by Mr. Santosh Yadav again for a single. Now Mr. Shubham on strike. So Mr. Shubham losing his concentration, trying to play an ambitious shot. I think at this moment he need to play slowly and steadily and play a sheath anchor role, giving more strike to Mr. Santosh Yadav. So watchfully played by Mr. Shubham. Now the last ball of the over is left. The last ball of Mr. Rajendra of his quota of 4 overs. Watchfully played by Mr. Santosh for a single. So he has taken a single and also he has kept himself on strike. So it's the end of the 15th over. The score is 118 for the loss of 7 wickets.
So 5 more overs left. That is 30 balls. And SJC staff needs 23 more runs in just 30 balls. So Mr. Praveen Mins bowling his 3rd over from the gymnasium end, and Mr. Santosh Yadav, the master blaster of SJC staff, will be facing, and Mr. Shubham Chandra is on the other end playing the role of Mr. Rahul Dravid.
Mr. Praveen Mins bowling from the Jubilee block end. Mr. Santosh Yadav on strike. And another boundary and also a white ball. So 5 runs added to the score. So St. Joseph staff coming closer to the target.
अपडेट कर दिया. The score is 123 for 7 wickets in 15 overs. Just 18 runs and 30 balls left.
Mr. Santosh Yadav is on 36 of just 25 balls, hitting 5 boundaries and a 6. And a very good square cut played by Mr. Santosh Yadav for a boundary. He has got the gift of timing. Just placing the ball, piercing the fields, finding the right spots. Being a maths teacher, he can definitely calculate, have the permutations and combinations going in his mind. Another late cut played by Mr. Santosh Yadav. And well fielded by the fielder of Nazareth staff, although 2 runs have been scored. The outfield towards the third man region there is very heavy, so the ball could not make the boundary. Another good shot played by Mr. Santosh Yadav. He has been finding all the vacant areas in the field, scoring another 2 runs. He has reached his individual score of 44 of just 29 balls. His strike rate is 151.72. Watchfully played by Mr. Santosh. It's the end of the over. The end of 16 overs.
The score is 131 with the loss of 7 wickets. And his AC staff needs just 10 runs in 24 balls. That is 4 overs. And Mr. Santosh Yadav and Mr. Shubham Chandra, they have made a partnership of 33 runs in just 24 balls.
It's a match-winning effort by both these batsmen. The tail has been wagging at the end. So Mr. Shubham Chandra is now on strike. He has been playing the sheath anchor role. When the wickets were falling on the other end, he was the man who just came and thought that, yes, I have to stay with the informed batsman, Mr. Santosh Yadav. Prashant Shukla is the bowler, bowling from the basketball end. Mr. Shubham on strike. So there was a little bit of confusion between the batsmen, but still they thought of not taking a single because enough balls have been left in the match to get the target.
Very beautifully placed and very good running between the wickets.
So Mr. Santosh Yadav again on strike. He is close to making his 50.
It's a white ball.
White ball signaled by the umpire.
And SJC requires just 8 runs in 22 balls.
And Mr. Santosh Yadav needs just 6 runs to complete his 50.
And a very good
Another
shot.
Good pull shot played by Mr. Santosh Yadav for a boundary. So he has made it a point that he is going to play and the winning score. He is going to play his shot and he is going to complete his 50. It's a match winning effort under a lot of pressure. When wickets were falling on one end, he stood there like a rock.
And proving himself to be the master blaster of SJC.
Another single taken by Mr. Santosh. So 3 runs needed now for victory. St. Joseph's staff is pumped up. All the supporters.
And a very good shot played by Mr. Shubham, and it's going towards the boundary. And it's a 4!
It's a 4
and here the victory comes!
St. Joseph's staff has won
SJC wins it
by 3 wickets.
by 3 wickets.
It's a match-winning
What a match!
effort by Mr. Santosh Yadav. He has been suffering injuries on his shoulders a lot of late, but still, it has been a gritty innings with full of tenacity, full of conviction, and full of power. Nonetheless, we have to appreciate the efforts of Nazareth staff today. 140 was not a small score. It was a big target which was made by Nazareth staff, and the batsmen of the Nazareth staff definitely contributed a lot. May I have the scorers, please? And may I call the team management of SJC to come near the podium for the prize ceremony. Hello. Yes. Best all-rounder. I think Mr. Vivek Yadav.
मिस्टर विवेक यादव विकेट भी लिया, एक विकेट भी लिया है और रन भी बनाया है।
ठीक, Mr. Vivek Yadav. Praveen Mills is the best catch. Mr. Santosh Yadav, man of the match.
लिस्ट का
May I request the team management of St. Joseph's College as well as the team management of Nazareth staff to come near the podium for the prize ceremony. And I also welcome on behalf of the St. Joseph staff, Father Lewis, the director of Nazareth, to please come up to the podium, Father, to distribute the prizes. Father, we are honored to have you here. Welcome, Father. And we have our principal, Reverend Father Thomas Kumar. Welcome, Father. So, can we have the winning captain, Mr. N.B. Lawrence, to take the winner's trophy from Reverend Father Lewis? 3-wicket victory for St. Joseph's staff over Nazareth. It was a valiant effort. There were many twists in the tails, but at the end, St. Joseph's won. The runners-up trophy to Nazareth. Nonetheless, Nazareth played really very well. They gave a really chase for the money. Dr. Subhash, the captain of the Nazareth team, leading from the front, both with the bat and the ball. Now may I request the members of the SJC staff the consolations to all the members of the SJC staff team, leading from the front. At the end, leading from the front, Mr. N.B. Lawrence. Mr. N.B. Lawrence, the captain of the SJC staff. Dr. Manoj Singh. Mr. Santosh Yadav. Please, can we have a big round of applause for him? One of the most greatest innings I have seen in my life. And obviously he'll be scolding me of telling his age, but he's 47. So keeping his fitness alive. Mr. Santosh Yadav, the wicket keeper again. Mr. Vivek Thomas, who has been the cheerleader for St. Joseph's staff from the beginning. He has been chirping like a bird. Mr. Vivek Yadav, and what a catch he took at the long off region, but still the best catch will not be given to him, as everybody knows it goes to whom. That will be given later on. Mr. Azhar Usmani, again contributing with the ball, but we expect to see more with the bat in the future. Mr. Zahir Abbas, Mr. Danny Ekka, he has been running in the field a lot, scoring as well as rather saving runs for the team. Mr. Shubham Chandra, he was the man who just stood there till the end. Mr. Aman John, playing his first match for the St. Joseph staff. Good contribution, both with the bat and the ball. Miss Poonam Singh, Mr. Prateek Hemrajani, Mr. Jyoti Dubey, Mr. Jyoti Dubey, he has been the mentor, you can say, of the SJC staff. Well, myself, Dr. Vishnu Dev, who has been commentating here, but thank you so much, Father. Thank you, Father. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Father. It's an honor to be receiving a prize from you. Now we go to the consolation prizes of the Nazareth staff. Now Reverend Father Thomas will be giving those awards. Reverend Father Thomas, the principal of our college. the captain leading from the front, Dr. Subhash Chandra. Please, can we have a huge round of applause? And also Reverend Father Lawrence. He is the Diocesan Education Officer. Reverend Father Thomas and the consolation prizes. Dr. Subhash Chandra, Dr. Nishant Mishra, Dr. Nishant Mishra, Dr. Dhaval Kirti Tiwari, Mr. Sachindra Yadav, Mr. Kautam Zaidi, Mr. Praveen Mins. Well, you have to appreciate his reflexes. The catch which he took was a blinder. Mr. Praveen Mins. Mr. Salimuddin. Mr. Dilip Agrahari. Mr. Rajendra. Mr. Prashant Shukla. Dr. Prashant Tripathi. Mr. Subodh Srivastav. Mr. Subodh Srivastav. Mr. O.P. Dr. O.P. Yadav. Dr. O.P. Yadav. Dr. Vipin. Mr. Vipin. Vipin Ba. Mr. Sandeep Kiro. So in the award ceremony we invite Mr. Father Lawrence to give away the best all-rounder, and it goes to Mr. Vivek Yadav, both contributing with the bat as well as the ball, opening the innings both with the bat as well as the ball. And Father Lawrence will be also giving the prize for the best batsman. And there is no denying to the fact that it is Mr. Santosh Yadav. He is the man of the day today. Man of the moment. A swashbuckling innings. It was a really swashbuckling innings by him. Played a blinder. Now may I invite Dr. Ashok Agrawal to please give away the prize for the man of the match. It also goes to Mr. Santosh Yadav. Now may I invite please Sister Monzi to please give away the prize for the best bowler. And it goes to Dr. Dhaval Kirti, the left-hander, the southpaw, medium fast bowler. Dr. Dhaval Kirti making a good contribution to the match towards the Nazareth team. Now, may I request Dr. Rinku to please come up to give away the prize for the best catch of the match. And everybody knows it was a catch which was a blinder. If you could see in real moment, it was within seconds. It goes to Mr. Praveen Mins. Now, Now may I request for Reverend Father Lawrence to give away the consolation prizes to the umpires, Mr. Haider Ali. Brother, appreciation prize. Thank you, sir, for umpiring today. Great umpiring. Mr. Amir Abdi. And the two scorers for today, Mr. Mustaqim Ahmad and a young boy, Rudra Pandey. And the commentary which was done with me throughout the match, and his commentary has definitely pleased everyone. Everybody enjoyed the commentary of Shikhar Pandey. So can we have Mr. Shikhar Pandey here? And now the live streaming which was done throughout of this match, Mr. James and Mr. Amit, can they please come? It was something which was new but very professional, and it was very good. So we come to the end of the prize ceremony now. Mr. Ajit, can we have you on stage? So we come to the end of the prize ceremony. Thank you, everyone. It was an entertaining day. Thank you and bye-bye. This is Dr. Vishnu Dev signing off.
Thank you, Dr. Vishnudev. I'd like to thank Reverend Father Luis Mascarenas, the Director of Nazareth Hospital, Administrator of Allahabad Diocese. And he found the time to come and be with all of us and to distribute the prizes. His presence is always an encouragement. And the live wire, Reverend Father Vipin, adding fuel to the fire. And that's brought a lot of change in the team of Nazareth with the shining blue jerseys. A special word of thanks to Reverend Father Isidore for live streaming the things along with James and his team. Now I invite you, all of you, for the lunch. Please join us for the lunch. Thank you, Dr. Ashok Agarwal. Yeah. And other doctors.